Oh, hi there. It's Monday, start of a new week. Got my tea, my green shirt, my green cup. Everything, I guess everything is green today. Hopefully the rating will be green instead of red, going up. We'll see. We'll see. 10-minute games of Shogi Wars. Gonna jump right back in. Had a bit of a rough time last week with it, coming back from the break. Hopefully we are fully recovered and be able to continue the rank up. But in the end, it doesn't matter. And it's this is just a minor step in the path here. So it'd be nice. Not gonna lie, it'd be nice to hit 1Q. It'd be nice to hit it today. It'd be nice to hit it tomorrow. But if I don't, and if I just drop back into the 20%, all the way from 77% or wherever I am now into the 20s, it doesn't matter really. So we'll see. I am going to check, just making sure the stream is all right, making sure I've got everything set up over here, double checking, I guess I should say. We've got the views, and yeah, let's get in here. Let's get in. Are there any events? Let me go to the event page because I haven't been playing as much. So we got the Kishin, we got the Seitei. Seitei is the Kishidan tournament, which is sort of the clubs. I'm not in a club, and so nothing for me there. Let us start. Got my tea. I am cold. Shogi Dad, the original prototype Shogi Dad t-shirt. Can't really tell. The fabric is not as nice. Renze Z, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the message. How are you? Good to see you. And the follow, really appreciate that. Hi Carmike, great to see you as well. A good start to the stream. I'll take any follow, anything. You're doing good. I am doing well. I'll say I'm doing great, but we'll see until I start. We'll see how the games go. I think, my mood in large part over the next 4 to 6 hours is going to be based on how well I play. So we'll see. Hopefully good. I have something hanging over my head for later on today or tomorrow. I don't know how long I can put this off. I've got a car that has to get smog checked. So if anyone has to do that kind of stuff, it can be annoying. Usually the streams run about 4 to 5 hours. Usually, if they go catastrophically wrong, or if I have some things that are, have to be done, it'll sometimes be less. But yeah, four seems to be about the norm. Especially lately, I've been trying to limit it to 4.5 as much as possible, just to prevent the voice from getting too sore. All right, are you a Shogi player? Also, one thing I noticed yesterday, I always say that it bothers me when I review a stream and I see that I missed some messages. I missed that Goshujin had played and won 2 matches against 1Qs, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to Goshujin, that's awesome. Apologies that I just missed that message. So you live in Japan. Okay. You're very new to it though. You're very new. You live in Japan. With the fact that you say you live in Japan, that makes me think are you visiting? Are you actually Japanese or? You got into it after learning Shogi Harbor, went to the same university. Studying abroad. Awesome. Oh, enjoy these times. Enjoy. As an older person, I will recommend that you enjoy these times because they don't come back. All right. Let's start. Change this from my scene to the playing scene here. Sente. All right, good way to start. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. This is Shogi Wars. This is probably the most popular shogi site. It's a mobile app. It's a mobile app. Hey, Skalsa. It's a mobile app, and but it can be accessed via the web. So it's not actually an app. I sort of use it as an app, but it's a web page. Shogi Wars. It's on iOS and Android, and then, like I say, also. Oh, they moved. They moved. I just went into this. This is not. I think I might have messed up here. Not messed up, but semi messed up. I did mess up, but nope. Okay. Phew. All right, they messed up as well. What do I have? Let's get over here. They are blitzing. They are blitzing. Open this diagonal. If he takes it, if he brings the knight up, I take the knight. Okay. Bring our knight up. Should I bring my knight up? Let's do this. Okay. Which is faster? I think I need to do this. I think I need to do this. Okay. Pawn. Taki no fu. Win the goal, win the bishop. So we're 3 minutes down on the clock. Wow. So I could take and then drop the knight. Okay. That was so stupid of me. That was so stupid of me. That was so stupid of me. I blitzed that out without thinking. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was so dumb of me. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Do I have a knight? I don't. Let's do this. Let's do this. I've got a fort coming. Yodori no Kei. Okay. That's good.
5分
So I'm going to be able to trap this. If he doesn't take, I'll trap. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see. How can I threaten this? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Or 12. Okay. Boy. Oh, that's not good. Hey, Borodun. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did I give it up? I did. I gave it up. I gave up. This happens so many freaking times. How do I do this? How do I manage to lose these games against these 2Qs? This is the third time this has happened in a week against a 2Q who I'm crushing. and then they just spaz. They just spaz and I don't defend? Or did I not attack fast enough? Did I just not throw enough pieces back? You know, it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. It's you know, looking back at these, like, I'm afraid to even review this looking back, like tomorrow, because I'm going to be seeing every move. I'm going to be seeing every move. So the question will be, like, why did I play that way? You know, rather than looking at moves in analysis, like what moves I could have done, I think that the question is going to be, why did I play that way? And, you know, the answer can't just be that once the time started ticking down, I got too nervous. Like, that can't be just the answer. Why? Like, why did I get too nervous? Why did I play too poorly once I went under 5 minutes? Like, why? What is that? What is the root cause of something like that? You know, in a position that is, I'm going to say, completely resignable for the opponent. You know, like a showdown would have resigned there. What should I be doing? Wow. Let's come back over here. It's kind of a debilitating way to start a stream. And it's unfortunate that it's happened in the past 2 weeks now. I've started the stream twice, I think, like that. And so, you know, it just starts it off on the wrong foot. It starts everything off on the wrong foot. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. He's gonna have a silver. We're gonna have some potential for fireworks. Yeah. So he drops the pawn. I come up. He drops the silver. I take. He promotes. And then what? You know, and then what? You say he's giving up the center pawn. The best way to play Urshin Ryu is Gote if Sunday push. I think it's the way that Urshin Ryu channel plays it, and I think it is also the way, you know, the engine sort of validates that it's fine, essentially. Yeah, so, you know, I did try, so Forward, I did try to read those threats. You know, I did try to read the threats, but I didn't want to spend all my time reading their threats, you know, because I also have to spend time to mate. So, you know, what's the better way to do that? I guess. I'm tempted to let's exchange. Let's exchange. No, I think the exchange favors him, because then he can drop a pawn on the head here. Then I come back, but then he's got a silver, but then I come back. Okay, no, maybe not. Yeah, I think the thing is, you don't really have that many options. I think you don't have that many options to not gambit that pawn. And in the end, taking that pawn, I think is in that situation, if I'm not mistaken, it is not the best move for the opponent. So, I'm going to have, I've got a drop here. I've got a great bishop drop here. And I'm tempted to use it. Oh, but that gives it up. That gives it up. Or does it? Does it? Yeah. That's not good. That's not good, because he can tempo me. That's really not good. But it is defending this square. Let's come up. All right. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. What can I do here? Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. They read better. Oh boy. Mr. Engine over here. Mr. Engine over here. All right, we've got some drop points. Drop silver and I take. Yeah. Got 628. I'm not going to grab a piece. So is there any way I can defend? I could take this bishop, obviously. He takes and promotes. I could slide over here, which also defends. Then it removes my attack. All right, I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to do it. And he's got mate. And he's got mate. And he's got mate. Good game. Good game. All right. So it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be that first game. That first game. I've got to recover. I've got to be able to recover from a game like that. All right. So sorry for just kind of blasting into games. You know, I think verging sort of on a semi-tilt. I'm really disappointed in that first game. I'm really disappointed in that. I thought I'd improved past that. I really thought I'd improved past that. Bring his knight up. Yeah. Get this. Okay. All right, I'll keep pushing. Oh, that's not right. That's not what the end. Okay, because I reviewed this and I just sort of mindlessly went into it. But that's not usually the move. Okay, or maybe it's fine. Let's come up. That pawn was hanging. I mean, not really. Okay. Push the pawn. Okay. Ah. Yeah, that's nice. This is a 2-dan. So I can take, he takes, but that's way too good because his castle is better. I can defend. I come up, takes, promotes. Let's defend this way. Let's defend this way for one move. Let's defend this way for one move. I think I could have also come behind. He's potentially trapped. He's potentially trapped with this bishop now. Although it's not that bad. If I come up, he takes, I take, he drops the silver. So let's 7 minutes. pawn. Yeah, I don't like that. Let's block this. Okay. So now I have my bishop drop. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. How can I do this? Which way? Do I come up? I can come up. I can also defend. Let's defend. Okay. He promotes. So which is better? I drop my bishop. He comes back. He comes over to the fourth file. I take this pawn. He takes. I take. I don't like it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. But I lose out on my chances. Boy. Ah! Great game. Great game. Loved it. Loved the game. That was good. That was good. I mean, sure, I'm crumbling. You know, I'm you know, obviously I'm crumbling. You know, my game is in shambles. It's, you know, the psychological aspect of these games. So if that opponent would have the first opponent would have just resigned. You know, if the first opponent would have resigned when he was lost. For all I know, yeah, it's pointless to think about it. Like, you know, how much better would I be feeling? You know, would I have been able to win that second game? You know, would I have won this game? You know, all that kind of thing. You know, would I have had the confidence if the first opponent would have just resigned? You know, just so something that is external to me. If I push the pawn, let's look. Thank you. Well, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it because he gets 2 pieces, and with the tempo. So let's say I do this. Shogi Wars. I hit the edit button. I literally pressed it. We'll see it on the replay. So if I push this pawn, then I guess you're saying to take. I don't know. I don't know. The whole time it felt like, this was going to be the key point for me was trying to prevent something here. Killer Ducky, I do bring it in after the fact. So one thing based on the Star Point, greetings to you, by the way. One thing that based on this, one of the recent Star Point podcasts, one of the things I'm going to do, at least temporarily in my game reviews, I'm going to stop doing sort of, I can't remember exactly what there was a 3 to 4 Dan AGA player that wrote into the podcast and gave a really nice recommendation for people reviewing games and for analyzing. And this person, Eric Lee, not the person, I guess apparently there's an Eric Lee who's competing to be a pro in the US, but this is Eric Lee 3 to 4 Dan. So I mentioned it because you might know the name. Said that one thing that people do, and I can't remember the exact words, but my impression is one thing that people waste time with is analyzing moves. And rather than they'll say, I analyze this, I analyze this game. I do post-game analysis of all my games. And I analyze my moves, and I analyze my moves, and I analyze my, and I'm not getting better. And one thing that Eric said is that, like, the questions, I'm paraphrasing, and hopefully I'm not misinterpreting, that you need to analyze why you played the way you did, why you played the moves, why you got into trouble, why you rushed. Like, those are the problems. It's not the moves that are problems. And we see this every day on Shogi Harbor. Someone will paste their kifu into Shogi Harbor, and then you'll have some people, either with the engine or without the engine, suggesting a bunch of moves. And, these people that suggesting the moves, are not the strongest of players, but it'll be the same people over and over pushing their kifus out there. And they're not getting better, long story short. So this podcast I listened to this morning now, I'm sorry if I don't have my ideas so tight here. But it's like, I do this analysis, and then you didn't see the first game. You didn't see the first game that I played today. So the first game, it was against a 2Q. It was just like two of the other games from last week, where it's a resignable position for the opponent, and they just start spazzing. They just start flailing. And I give it to them. And so the question is, like, not what move should I have done, but why did I start stressing at the 5-minute mark? Why did I decide that I had enough to defend with? Why am I doing it? It's not, there were probably 5 to 10 moves better than the ones I did. So, like, any of those would have been good. But, like, why am I falling for this stuff? And I don't know how to analyze for that. So so I don't even remember what I was responding to. Oh, about bringing the game into Lee Shogi. But yeah, I do bring them in. I don't want to have to go through the dance here unless I'm really going to study it. Like oh, and Koshiro's here. Great to see you. And you're so yeah, you coach Tokyo Peach. It takes time to convert ideas into actual moves. But, like, one, I agree with you completely. And I didn't say it, I don't think, during the game. I don't even think I thought it during the game because I don't expect it from a 2Q. I expect it from a Shodan. I don't expect it from a 2Q. So it's not even a thought I had. But I know. Shkiladaki, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I'm trying to select my words in the least judgmental way. He just flailed. It's exactly what he should be doing, and it's exactly what I do. It's exactly what I do. It's exactly what he should be doing. You know, and you know, as a 2Q, resigning early is dumb. But it bothers me that why did I'm not putting my words, but what is it about the 5-minute mark that made me start getting panicked? What is it about, you know, what is it about being down 3 minutes on the clock that made me be like, I'm not going to have time to mate if I just keep defending. And it's like, okay, he's got no pieces. He's flailing. I see the flail. I can defend this. But if I defend this, he's just going to keep flailing, and he's up 2 minutes on the clock, and I have to attack, and I have so many pieces and all this stuff. So I'm trying to understand why my brain does that. You know, because tomorrow when I review this game, tomorrow when I review this stream, or tonight when I rewatch this stream, I'm going to be watching that game, and I am going to see this is how it always happens, so I'm comfortable saying this. I am going to see every move, and I'm going to see it instantly. And every single one of those will be like every move that I see in the game, I'll turn on the engine and I'll see, yes, it was a top 3 move. So it's not that I can't find these moves, because I find them in analysis. I find them, you know, when I'm the one spectating myself when I review the stream, I see these moves. So, you know, it's like, and I'm talking about the games that I don't. It's the games where you all haven't already told me the moves. You know, so obviously, if we review the game on stream and then I see it later, obviously I'm going to see the moves. But it's games that we don't review on stream. It's often like the first game of the day, where like today's first game of the day, where I played and I didn't even analyze it because I felt like this is not a shogi loss. This is a mindset loss. And now these past 2 games have kind of been compounded on the fact that I threw that first game. So now this is it's like more fuel on the mental aspect of the game. And so I think, long story short, I think this talking is good because it will, I hate that word tilt. I hate that word tilt because I don't want to call these things tilt, but whatever is tilt like, whatever impacts the game from one game to the next, because we've been talking about this, I think it's mostly dissipated, so it's mostly gone, I think, from my mindset. So I hope that I'll be able to play the next game sort of with a clear mind. So, and that's the thing. And just one more response to what you said. I'm not mad that they're flailing. Again, I am not mad because I do it. They should be flailing. And I need to work on converting. So it's them resigning early actually does me a disservice. So anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. But anyway, let me greet some people. Hey, Gabrielle. Great to see you, Goshijin. Also great to see you, Goshijin. I mentioned early on in these streams, by the way, Goshijin, that, you know, every stream that I review, I'll always find a comment that I missed, a comment or 2 that I missed and I didn't respond to, and I'll feel bad about it. So yesterday's stream, I think it was yesterday's, I see that you said that you had beaten two. You played and won games against 2-1 Qs. So congratulations on that. I am sorry that I missed that comment. I don't know how I missed that comment, but congrats on that. It feels so good to start beating better players. And I think a lot of times, that's sort of what I'm chasing, or that kind of thing, where you play well, you play well, you see your rating going up, you see all this stuff happening. It's like, yes, I'm finally improving in this game that I spend so much time on. But then you play games like my first game today, where it's like during the game I'm like, yes, I'm improving. I'm doing this kind of thing. I'm playing well. Let's win this game. And then just throw it. And the one game that has been thrown against a 2Q this is now the third time in 7 days where on Shogi Wars where this has happened. And I think thinking back, every single one of them I started throwing around this same point, the 4 to 5 minute left mark, where the opponent is in bad shape. So all of a sudden they start playing very fast. They just start throwing pieces, flailing, and that's the way to do it. And making sort of thoughtless kind of move where the moves are just coming out so fast. And they're 3 minutes up on the clock. And I know that I just have to defend, but then the time anyway. Yeah. So long story short, the flip side of that great feeling of winning a bunch of these games is sort of the pit of despair where you're losing the games. So it's very tough. Yeah. Anyway. So, Jaju, good to see you. I hope I'm pronouncing that all right. And anyone else I missed? I don't think so. If I did miss someone, I majorly apologize because I'm scrolling through the chat that I rambled over. Yeah. So let's see. When you get in the zone, you definitely play better. When you hit a chain of losses, you get yeah. I don't even know what to call that pit of despair. Like, I don't think it's depression. Like, I don't like to use that word for someone like me who's just a clown playing shogi and it feels like never improving almost. But yeah, it's there's also this stupidity behind it of caring about the rating. And it's like, what? I think my brain tells itself without being able to control it. It's like, once I just get to 1Q on stream, then I could just play shogi again. I don't have to do this rank up. I don't have to do this stupid rank up on Shogi Wars where it's like, I'm so close to 1Q. Let me just rank up. And so let me just rank up so I could go about my day. Like, that's sort of what goes through my mind. I don't know what drives it. Because, clearly 1Q on Shogi Wars is an inconsequential rating. So yeah. So it's more that psychology. Anyway. Gojo, you say being tested is not a good feeling. You still don't have confidence in converting overwhelming. Yeah, maybe those sensations come every 5 minutes. Yeah. And I think that's it. And I think part of the sort of, for lack of a better word, despair comes in that I don't know how to get better at it. And the only way I tell myself to get better at it is to keep throwing myself against that wall. Keep trying, keep playing, and with this belief that it's going to get better, despite the fact that it feels sometimes like there's weeks in a row of counter evidence that, like, what, It's not going to get better. It's getting worse. And that's even the worst thing is that like, oh, it's getting worse. Just like, Friday in Fast Shogi Friday where I played 10-second games. What did I do? 4-12 was my rate, my win loss. I think I was 4-12, and 3 of those games I had mate and won. In reviewing the stream, 3 of those games I missed mate and won. One of those games was against a 2-dan, one of those games was against a 1-dan, and the other game was against a 1Q. And so, watching back those streams, it's almost like it's not therapeutic. It's almost like, oh my gosh, you are the worst player in the world when you are playing. But like when I'm reviewing, I see it. Or when I'm rewatching, it's well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's look at the one thing that I saw Koshiro suggest. I see a bunch of comments from Renze. Oh, no. Oh, okay. About 81 Dojo. Yeah, you play on 81 Dojo and Lee Shogi. You've never heard of Shogi Wars. Wow. Shogi Wars is the number, is the most popular site on the internet as far as I know and as far as I have heard. Shogi Quest, I think, is the second most, also an app, also focused on Blitz. Why could he not bring the bishop back after I dropped the gold? Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see that one. I'm sorry I didn't see that message. That was probably about the first game. So hopefully you're still here and you see my apology. Sometimes when I'm in the heat of it, I'm definitely missing comments. And then when I'm reviewing the comments, sometimes I'm scrolling over and it just kind of scroll through. I think 81 Dojo is probably the most popular in the West of non-Japanese speakers, I think. The thing is, I don't know Shogi Wars' numbers, but you see a lot of non-Japan flags on 81 Dojo. So I think maybe for Western players, 81 Dojo is the most popular. Maybe. Shogi Club 24 is also. I'm going to guess Shogi Club 24 is more popular than I think in terms of games being played concurrently, I think Shogi Club 24 seems to be significantly ahead of 81 Dojo. But like that's a very strong site and mostly Japanese from what I can tell. All right. What was Koshiro's comment about bishop drop? Bishop drop 2-2 instead of bishop drop 4-5. Bishop drop 4-5 was at the end. Yeah. I mean, almost any bishop drop 2-2. I mean, why do you think this? Because from the very beginning, I've played this position, these positions against third file rook players enough to know that I was as soon as their knight is here and their bishop is here, I'm thinking about bishop 2-2. Even before I even have the bishop in hand. So I know this move exists. I know this move exists at all points on the spectrum. But like that feels terrible to me. So like it feels like I have to take with the rook or the gold. If I take with the silver, he promotes. I take with the knight, Then he drops a pawn on the head. Or I take with the rook and we exchange. And I guess now after the exchange, I'm in a better spot because I can take, and that comes with tempo. And this bishop is in trouble. Or maybe like if I drop 2-2, if I drop 2-2, so again, it's 5:41 on the clock. My opponent has 8:10. This also feels actually, hold on. Ah! So if I drop 2-2, now what? I guess again I try to force. Do I force after the rook exchange? Because if I take, I never answer why not bring all the games into Lee Shogi. Well, I said I do bring the games into Lee Shogi. I just do them after. It's that I do them after, and I find the flow of copying. I find the flow of copying the file, the kifu into Lee Shogi to be kind of annoying to watch, and just sort of like I will do it if I know I'm going to look at a. I will do it if I know I'm going to look at it for a long time. But I don't want to review for a long time on this one. I guess is really it. Maybe if I had like a stream deck or something like that, it'd be nicer for me to you'd be able to switch between the scenes that way. When silver takes 3-7, then this happens. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I take your word for it. I take your word for it. He only has one pawn, so he can't. Oh no, he has two. Can't take with the gold. Can't take with the gold. Obviously can't take with the silver. So we go back. But now we got this. Yeah, maybe it's just. Yeah, maybe I just have to be able to do this stuff to calculate. Um, maybe I'd come up. Yeah. All right. I guess. So you say shogi is not draft, so we don't have to take it. So keep in mind that the first game of this stream, that game that I was talking about, the game that I threw, that's exactly what I thought. I don't have to take this flailed piece. I don't have to take this. So I the narrator voice, I did have to take that piece. And at least I assume I did, because I didn't review it. I didn't review it. So, I have this negative feedback sometimes, and those sometimes inform future games. And especially if a 2-down is doing it, I'll throw that out there. But anyway, let's play. Let's play. Let's get back. 67.8%. You say that position is beautiful. I mean, it looks okay. But it also looks very scary. I mean, shogi is scary, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, yeah. I mean, in the end, I dropped a bishop to its death. So almost anything would have been better. But let's do this. Okay, so I've lost 10%. I've lost 10% today. Let's switch the scene. Is it 3 losses or 4 losses? All right, Sente Saigon Special. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Come on. Stream, check the stream. It's good. Now we're doing it this way. No, I don't like this. Hold on. Push, take. All right, I'll do it. This is all types of wrong here. I had a pawn. Oh well. All right. Let's get back. Let's regroup right now. I've got 2 pawns. I've got a bishop. I mean, I've got a silver in hand. Hello. What's all this then? Take with the silver. Take with the bishop. Silver? What if I drop the silver? Lance takes. I take with the pawn. Yeah, we're doing that. Because then I get a lance, and I could drop the lance back on the head over here. And there's no draw points for his silver. This is an interesting move. Boy, we don't often get that one. We don't often get that response. Like, dropping silver back here feels wrong. Taking the silver with the bishop feels wrong to me. Okay. So now... I'm gonna give him a lance now. He'll drop a... Maybe he can drop a silver? Or maybe... boy. Just go... He can't go back. You know, he can't go back. Reasonable. Where's his lance going? Wow. If I bring the silver, if I bring the token over here, he takes the bishop. I take the gold. King takes. Okay, then I can no longer come in because the king will be guarding 2-3. Is there any other way to check? Okay. Silver? Okay. Yeah. He drops the lance. If he drops a lance, if I come back here, he drops the lance. I take the knight. He takes the knight. I like his spot. I like his spot. But he still has to come back to take this token. You know, I have a potential bishop drop here. Maybe I should have done that. No. Let's come back. Let's come back here. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I realize I gave that. I realize I gave that one. Take. Do I have any other sort of... Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. I gave a lot of counterplay. Don't have to take. He's got a silver, so I'm in bad shape. Let's block. Wow. I like that. I like that trade, you know, because I do have the fork here. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done. Well, he's got to protect. Does he protect the bishop or does he protect this? Okay. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Let's see. Obviously, he gets the exposed attack. He gets the exposed. Okay, I'm not going to grab it. How do I do this? What about this? Bishop here? Knight? Knight? King up? Let's do it. I've got 4 minutes. Okay. Okay. So now it's defended. Now it's defended. Double defended. And threatening. $6.50 to 4 minutes. Okay. Ooh. Woo. All right. Do I have a fork? I could do this. Do that. No, I promote. Then I get a bishop. No, that wouldn't do it. Bishop drop. Bishop. Do this. Oh. Hold on. Bishop drop. Take. No, it's not. Do this. Take the silver? No, 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 no. He's only got it. Boy, why is this so tough? What is happening? Sandrubio. This is here. This is here. Shoot. 2 minutes. Take. So I take with. No. That's just a silver. Oh no. No, that's fine. It's fine. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it if he takes. Takes. Silver doesn't do it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, boy. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Loss. Current streak is 4 losses.
I think I played well until the very end. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Disappointed that I was looking at every single other mating attack except for that one. Except for the, or what I perceived to be every single other. Maybe there were 3 others that I didn't see. Alright. 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 4? 0 and 4. 0 and 4. So maybe we'll drop to 20% today.
あなたが先手です。対局開始。
Alright. And if I go to 0 and 7, so if I go to 0 and 7, you know, it's the beginning of the month. So if I go to 0 and 7 and I'll bring it down from a bit strong. So I'm not gonna just lose, you know, I don't want to just lose nonstop. I don't think that's fun for anyone. Wait. Hold on. Come on. Okay, we got one of these. Got one of these guys. Interesting. So now I'm a little stuck. Because he's potentially sort of bogeying. Can't come up. Interesting. This is a showdown? What a strange spot. Get our king over. If I bring my silver up, it's trapped. Silver up. Pawn up. Silver up. Pawn up. I'd have to just go back. Let's come up here. All right. Let's exchange this pawn off. Whoa. So the bishop comes up. So I drop the pawn, bishop comes up. Bishop on head. Yeah. All right. Do I have a better draw point? No. All right. They're not even thinking. They don't need to think. They don't need to think. They've seen this before. All right. Let's play our friend. Let's play our friend the engine move. I have one pawn. One pawn. Nothing else. Hand. Oh, I was gonna push there. Darn it. Darn it. All right. That was gonna be one of my moves. So how do I get, can I get Crab Castle? Yeah, I can get my bishop. My bishop is biting on granite, as they would say in the chess world. Although these would have to be pawns to be biting on granite. So should I bring my bishop here? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Give it some visibility here. Okay. So if I bring this, yeah, let's bring this up. Try to make some sort of gangi. Maybe gangi isn't going to work because he can attack the head of it pretty easily. Next, I'll open this. Next, I'll open up the third file, or whatever I am. I don't know what I am in this game here. I'll open up the bishop diagonal. So now the bishop is defending 4-4, so that I can bring my silver back and then push it back up. So I'm going to play how I read that Ben Feingold says to play chess, which is to play to try to make the game never end. Darn. Darn. All right. I can't do. Do I have a bishop drop? Do I have a bishop drop? I don't think so. And he does. Sort of. Yes, he does. He does have a bishop drop. So bishop drop would be here. How can I defend that? Just by bringing it here? No, because then the bishop drop will be down at 7-1. So I could just let him take, and then I take, and then pawn drop on the head. And then I come back, or I just come back. All right. Alrighty. What about if I bring my silver up? What if I bring... No, I'm going to bring this pawn up. So this is the move I haven't thought anything about. I'm going to do it. So now I'm coming up the board. My generals are coming up the board. Pawn drop 2-4. Exchange. He takes this pawn. No. Got my cold now cold tea. My cup feels like it's ice. My hands are shaking because they're so cold. Do I want to come back this way or this way? Let's come back. So if I come back this way, he pushes the head. I take. He wants. I think he wants the exchange. He wants the exchange because he's got better drop points. And I don't really see how a great way to defend my drop points. Do I dare push here? Do I dare push this pawn to get that rook out of there? I don't think that's going to do anything for me. Yeah, so here's that pawn push. I think I have to take, otherwise I can't defend it. What if I bring my rook up? Then he pushes the pawn. I take. No. 439. I've got to make a move. So, what if I push my stuff? What if I push my stuff here? Let's just do this. We're attacking. YKT time. It's YKT time. Okay.
Tataki no fu.
Tataki no Hu. There it is. So what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We got. This is what we got. Okay. This is not what we got. Tataki no Hu. What can I do? What can I attack? What can I attack? I can attack this pawn. That's what I can do. Now that knight has to do something. We're taking that. We're taking that. Taking that. We're taking this. Taking this. Tataki no Hu. What can I do? What can I do? How can I Tataki no Hu? What can I do? I can take. I can take. Gold? We can do this. No, gold would have been better. Gold would have been better. What about this? If I do this and he takes, I get the gold drop. Mate. No, he can run. He can run. Ah!
2分
Ah! It's all crumbling. It's all crumbling down. All right, resign. Resign. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame.
Loss. Current streak is 5 losses.
It's a gosh darn shame is what that game was. All right, now I'm having fun. Now I'm having fun. Honestly, having fun. Not in even a 1% sarcasm way. That was a fun game. It was a fun game. I think I had it. I think I had it. Obviously, he comes here, I get the bishop. If he comes here, it's mate. If he comes here, I can also get the I can also get the rook. Or actually, he'd have to come there just to be able to get this back. And now it's... I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does but lose in this case. I am in Sumero? Or I am I? Oh, because he has the knight. Because he has the knight. Because he has the knight. Ah. Let's say he tries to run. Silver. I wouldn't want to do silver, I don't think. Would I just take this pawn? Would I take that pawn? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do when the Hulkamaniacs run wild? All right. He's a Shodan. He's a Shodan. He would have outread me. He would have outplayed me. Doesn't matter. Let's play again. 61%. So now PGA Bishop 9-7 instead of pawn drop 9-5 or pawn takes 5-4. Wait, which is 5-4? Oh, the opponent was Gote. Sorry. During the game, I was assuming I was Gote, so I was giving coordinates as Gote. So sorry about that. I wish these sites would at least tell you what you are. It's like or do they during the middle? Is there any way in a game on Shogi Wars to know if you're Gote or Sente other than remembering? Bishop 9-7. Before. Wait, so 5-4. So you're when you say 5-4, you mean 5-6 or well, this it can't be here. Before this? Five four is 9-7 is oh goodness. Wait, oh, instead of 5-4. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. So let's assume gold drop or gold defends. If gold defends, I can take, but then he can take. Oh, I have a knight. I have a knight up here. Oh. Oh. Oh man. Or if he sidesteps, you say, oh. Ooh. Okay. All right. Does Bishop 1-8 work on move 69? Let's take a look. Yeah, pawn takes 5-4 is now just crushing. Oh man. Oh. This is not a move that's on my radar all that much, but man, it should be. Uh ah pawn drop 5 move 69. Nice. Bishop 1-8. So this did I talk about it? You know, because I was thinking about this, but then I thought he could easily defend against this. So what I expected was either sort of knight drop or just another knight drop. And then I thought, I'm gonna have my bishop stranded back here. This was my fear. Pawn drop 3-4. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, awfully nice. That's awfully nice. Oh yeah. So is there something better? Do they have a different defense? Can they do this? Assuming I'd have dropped this. I guess if this is the case. Can I do that? Oh, silver takes 3-5. Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. So, full disclosure, if I didn't mention it, I certainly was looking at it. But I thought it would be so easy to just block. What about silver 4-5? So if silver 4-5, then I just take. If silver 4-5 would have come over, then I take the silver. He takes with the knight. I take, and but so I guess then I gain a silver. I mean, I gain a knight. I gain a knight, so that is still good. It's still good. You know, I lose my opportunity to drop at other places, but that's still good. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break before coming back and get some water, refill some tea, reheat, not heat. I'm before the stream. I boiled some water, so hopefully the water is close to the tea brewing level. But anyway, I'm going to stop blabbing. I'll be right back. All right, coming back with some water and some tea, and then a little ramekin to be able to put the tea bag in after it's done brewing. Oh, you gain a knight, a tempo. I do have my mic on, and threatening. Bishop takes 2/3. Knight drop 5/4. Let me look at those. So wait, so this is in the context of drop, Threatening bishop takes 2-3. Wait, this is... Oh, also threatening bishop takes 2-3. Oh, and knight 5-4 is also now open. Oh, man. One thing I didn't do a good job of in this game that I'm seeing as we review this, starting with Koshiro's first move, that first suggestion of bishop 9-7. I was in the mindset through this middle portion of the game of trying to not lose. Like I said, I was going to try to play that Ben Feingold way. So as a result, I missed a lot. Even in this review, after we were already looking at it, it sort of was out of my mind that these two pieces are, fork candidates. That the king is not well defended at this point. So that's something I missed during the game. I'm thinking about my side in this game more than the other side. But while I wait like a couple more seconds here for this to brew a little more, one thing that I don't know if I don't want to call it insidious, but we've talked about the upsides of playing a bit strong on Shogi Wars, where you're playing better players, you're having more fulfilling games. You don't get as many junk games, it seems, and the side benefit of, if you win, you get a lot of rating points. If you lose, you don't lose so many. Today, I'm losing a lot. I don't know what the deal is with who I'm being given today, though. But regardless, there is a more, like, not insidious, but sort of there is a downside, I think. And I think I'm feeling it right now. Where during a game and after a game, I feel like I can't win. Now I feel like I cannot win a game. That, what would it take for me to win a game? It doesn't matter how much advantage I have. I'm sort of, I think there's a bit that is sort of mentally broken of like, I cannot win. I no longer know how to win a game. And so I need to overcome that. But, I just dropped the thing in there. There we go. So you say, look for a bishop dropping your count to build your attack. So that was, I didn't mention it. I didn't mention it during the review. After Foradun said it, I said that I had considered drops there. But one thing I didn't say, because I didn't want to feel like I'm always shilling your games. But it definitely crossed my mind. I think because I watched your game. So it was your move on, your drop. It was a completely different situation, and I think it was on 3-3, if I'm not mistaken, or not 3-3. It was on 7-3, no 3-7. A different-ish situation, but it was still in my mind because it's dropping back, and it's dropping back in my own territory or our own territory. So it crossed my mind, yeah. But the thing is, you're good, and so often now when I try to mimic moves I see stronger players do, it's the wrong context, and it turns out not to be good. My feeling on this 1-8 was that they could block it, but also it felt like I'd have such good drops later. But maybe that's also a shogi. That's another shogi sort of trap. Is that you always feel like there's going to be a better drop later. If you always feel like there's going to be a better drop later, you never make a good drop now. And the other side of that is the kind of people that drop almost immediately, making sort of idle threats that don't really pan out. All right. So we're 0-5 today, 61.9%. Tough day. It's a tough day for the home team. Tough day for the Western Shogi world.
あなたが先手です。
All right, Sente. What better way?
対局開始。
Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. They're one winning, so the opponent can win. All right, let's see if I can do this. Let's push. Push. He's got a block. So, you know, my knight coming up is going to be coming up with tempo. And not that he doesn't want to move that silver anyway. Okay. All right. He puts his T down and thinks, I can't take this pawn. I can't. If I push the pawn, I take and he comes up. So it's not a big deal. Obviously, the opponent cannot take this pawn if I push it to 3. So if I push, he takes. No, if I push, then what does he do? Brings his silver up. All right, we'll hold off on that. We'll hold off on that. Because he wanted to do that anyway. Let's come up here. Maybe I should have put the silver up. Maybe I no. I've got the numbers. I've got the numbers. Open the diagonal. No. All right. I've got the numbers. I've got the talent. No, I don't. We're coming up. We're coming up. He's out of ideas. Ooh. His pawn is hanging. How's he going to defend that pawn? I think it'd be interesting to push the pawn. I can push. I don't like a pawn on the head here because he can... no, that's too many moves. I could... What if I do this? What if I do this? If I push my 2-4... If I go 2-4 pawn... Yeet the pawn, as Killer Ducky would say. If I yeet the pawn... He takes with the pawn. He's not going to take with the bishop because I take here. Let's get our formation. Let's get our formation. I see. So desu ne. So he's central rook. I could come up here. I could block this off. Nanahun. I don't see. So let's yeet it. Let's yeet the pawn. Let's yeet the pawn. Oh. So desu ne. Wait, so obviously he's not going to take with the rook. He's going to take with the... Maybe he's not going to take with anything. If he takes with the bishop, what do I do? I take. This pawn's in the way. Whoa. Okay. Knight? No, 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 no. Let's see. Drop the pawn back here. .545 to 727. Plenty of time. Looking at ideas. So I'm assuming he's bringing the rook over here to 3-3. Rook 3-3. I take the knight. Well, that is not what I expected. So where is his bishop going to go? If he drops it either way, I'm taking it. I'm taking the bishop. He says he is, and then so I take. He takes with the knight. I mean, obviously he has to take with the knight. I take the rook. And I do have a pawn. I do have a pawn to Tataki this rook the heck out of dodge. So if he were to drop a pawn here, this is one of those tough decisions that I never like. I'll do it above. I'll do it above. Ah! Tataki no who? Check. Ote. Or is it Oto? Okay. Bishop. Bishop. Ooh. All right. Rook is hanging. I mean, knight is hanging. Looking for forks. And there's the fork. I gave him the fork. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Because I... I'm guarding the head. I'm guarding the head of this knight. Interesting. Okay. Do I need to defend? I don't think so.
$3分
Okay. Looking to get gold here, but gold here. Okay. Oh boy. Let's. He takes. I take. He's good at gold. He can't really check. Let's. Let's
2分30秒
drop our gold here. Drops the gold here. And I bring another silver back. Ah, interesting. Oh, very nice. For fuck's sake. God, I suck at this game. God, I suck at this game. Ah. How do I get flailed so often? I'm still gonna win this. I'm still going to win this, but Jesus. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I shouldn't have done it.
2分
Let's do this here. Okay. Okay. $131.
30秒
That was a mistaken non-promote. Silver defending this. $129. Okay. I take with the bishop. He takes with the king. Knight. Let's back it up. Let's back it up here. Defend over here. Just slightly defend. Okay, I see. I see. He's gonna try to do this. Let's 121. How am I gonna do this? Okay. 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 Which way? Okay. Let's see. 24 seconds. I gotta do this.
20秒
Oh. Oh, that's not as good now. That's not as good now. 16 seconds. Here, I take up. Okay. Arigatou gozaimashita.
国内が出ましたね
Okay.
Win.
I think I threw that one
Streak is
too.
1 win.
I think I threw that one too. The heart's beating. Hands sweating. That time pressure. There's nothing in Shogi like the time pressure I feel in these 10-minute games. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. It's the worst. Okay. Did I give up? Did I give up that win? Is the real question. I'm trying to think back. Obviously, at the time in the game, I didn't feel like it was. At the time, I didn't feel like I was lost, but I definitely felt like I gave it back. After I dropped Bishop defending, I should keep defending by killing his promoted bishop with gold drop. So he really threw me off. He really threw me off when he gave me the pieces. So. Like, after I dropped bishop defending, so the idea would have been gold drop here. So I don't know if my opponent saw this throughout, but like this idea of getting a bishop back and getting my king onto the 4-8 square because it forks my dragon. Like, I don't know if that's what the opponent saw this entire time. But like, so let's take this out of me. You know, for one thing, I think I should have. I think you're right. If you were playing this game, or if Watanabe is playing this game, are the two of you, are both of you dropping this gold on 4-9? Or are you convinced that you have the win no matter what? Like, is gold drop 4-9 a move that I should make because I'm bad? Or is it a move that is a great move? You say definitely Shodan would. You mean Shodan 7? Like, I'm trying to understand I'm just trying to understand the recommendation here. Okay, Shodan 7. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no. Agree, Goshujin. If Koshiro says it, I agree with it. But I'm just trying to understand a little bit deeper of, is this a recommendation just because I am terrible at this game? Or is it actually a good move that he would make himself? Or, you know, Watanabe would make? Because it feels to me like this is, again, my perception. Like, this feels, again, to me like my perception is that no matter what the opponent does here, I'm going to win if I'm good. Like, a good player is going to win this game no matter what, it feels like. But maybe I need to stop that. But the problem so often is that I will do a defensive move, but it'll be a terrible move. So piece advantage, slow down game could be good. Yeah. I like that sort of heuristic, because obviously I can't see into the future and can't see every possibility. But the idea to me that somehow the opponent is going to exchange these pieces off to get this fork on my dragon. Like, the idea that right here that's going to happen, it felt like I just wasn't seeing any threats. But in the end, this weird pawn drop was interesting. Gold 5-8 after his silver drop would kill his attack. So it would kill his attack for now, until I'd have to be careful of what I give him. Killer Doctor, you're saying it. Even after the fork, it has 0 defense. Yeah. That's a fair point. I mean, the thing is, I see it's counter I think counterintuitive, because I see so many strong, I watch so many strong player games, which I've stopped doing. But in those games, their kings are always, it seems like, when they're winning, they've given up exactly what they need to give up. And their kings are exposed. And but even so, yeah. Even if my king is, it wouldn't have been empty, because I still have this silver here. I still have this silver. I'm still backed by pawns. I still do have a gold. But even after this exchange, the opponent wouldn't have many pieces. But regardless, they were able to find a fork. Gold takes silver, and the silver drop 4-8 would end the attack. So, yeah, Ghost of June. I make it harder on myself. Just because it's like I've said. I am no. What I can't remember the saying. Oh, it's killing me that I can't remember this saying. But anyway, I am fully accustomed and experienced with my opponents flailing against me. I think it's reasonable to call this a flail. So I'll call it a flail. Again, this is not judgment. You need to flail when you're down. You need to make counterplay when you're down. But so where was I going with this? I'm not inexperienced against the flail. I have plenty of these games where they've done it or I've done it. But the difficult part is, when I respond to a flail, oftentimes I accelerate their attack. And if I don't respond to a flail, oftentimes I get beaten by the attack in a way I didn't calculate. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's how it feels like to me. That's the reinforced sort of anecdotal evidence that is piling into me. It's piling on to me every day into my brain. It's like, the opponent flails and I defend, I give him more pieces to attack with. The opponent flails and I don't defend, I missed an obvious mate, or I missed a fork. So the way I define Goshujin, the way I define flailing, it is when the opponent, it's when the person who's leading knows that they're leading. Is the person who has the big advantage knows they have a big advantage, and the person who's on the other side of it knows they have a big advantage. So both players that's how I define it in my head. So if other people have different definitions, let me know. So like maybe I can just sort of solidify the definition with what other people do, what most people believe. But I say it's when both parties in the game know that one player has a significant advantage, if not outright winning, often outright winning. Outright winning, says someone who can barely win a game. And the player who is losing makes sort of typically very fast moves that are that may be ill-advised, but they're attacking moves that are maybe ill-advised, but they have venom in them if the opponent, if the person who's ahead of the game doesn't properly handle it or properly ignore it or whatever. So it's a desperation attack. Hey, chess player, LOL, good to see you. So I think there's in Street Fighter 4, I think a focus attack was called a desperation attack. Actually, it could have been translated to desperation. But anyway, it's something. A desperation attack is how I would sort of call it. A desperation attack when you know that you're losing. Hail Mary. Yes, exactly. Oh, so I missed a comment. You'd play Rook drop 2-1 instead of Bishop drop 3-7. Where did I drop that? Where did I drop Bishop drop 3? Okay, we're still. Okay. Rook drop 2-1. Oh, Rook drop 2-1. Oh, okay. Okay. In my mind, that was defending it, dropping it back in my territory. Okay. So Rook drop. Wait, what? Oh, not 2-2. Oh, not 2-2. Sorry. That helps. So I've given him a free silver. So so the first line, because I am not seeing the compensation for giving up this free silver and giving up this potentially big attack. So I am going to go nuts. The opponent is going to take this. So the opponent takes. This silver is defended by the bishop, by the horse. So I can't go the other way, because the other way, I get the gold, king takes, I take here. I can't take back this bishop. The pawn is blocking where oh. Okay. So I apologize. I see the chat scrolling. But I want to just look one more time here. 2-1. Take. Knight. There's nothing to do. Oh wait, if you take knight, maybe there's a yes, that's it. Okay. Oh man. Ooh. Wow. So what? So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, even if I was playing 1560, let's say I'm playing a 1560 game, and let's say I have 1 minute on my clock left. So I've got a 2 minute, potentially, around 2 minutes to think. I don't think I see this move. So what is, outside of the obvious just response of, well, it's intuition, what is running through your mind that'll make you say, I can do that. I don't care about this silver. Like what if anyone can sort of say, because I'm curious about these things. Like, what do I have to other than just doing more tsume or doing more hishi, what do I need to do? King is guarding 6-1, and 6-3 should be a key. Yeah. The endgame process, Koshiro, where you said to think about where the weaknesses of the king are? Yeah, the king is guarding two different, extremely important squares. The only piece guarding it. Also, okay, I'm looking back at some of the messages, and I see Koshiro saying, we give a silver and get the king. Fair trade. True. Can I please enlarge the board window? I don't have a layout that will let me do that. I don't have a Shogi Wars layout that will, I have the layout, the game layout that sort of is full board, but I don't have a study layout that is built around these. So I can, no one's ever asked. I've thought of doing it. Like, I don't love the idea of maintaining 3 different layouts that I have to sort of flip through in OBS. But I'll do it. I think it's potentially worthwhile here. So thank you for the suggestion. I'll work on that. but I don't have another layout that will sort of zoom that board in, unless I went to like Lee Shogi. So first priority, Tsume. Second, if our king is safe, threaten mate. The one thing, the only way, and this is the lightest gentle possible, that I'd sort of push back against this idea for me is that, like, if I do that for every move, in the end game, I think I'm just going to flag even more. So that that's my worry. That's this balance. It's this balance in this uncomfortable balance, this uneasy balance that I have in these 10-minute games, where I want to think and I want to do things the way I would in a slower game. But then I get into panic state. So anyway, yeah, I'll have to, especially when I've got a rook in hand and a dragon on the board, and I need to notice that the king is the only defender of two important squares. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really nice one. See, the problem now, as I'm trying to think of how I do this in the future, is that now that I see this, I can't unsee it. So now it's like, now I'm seeing this as like, oh, of course I'm going to take that gold. I should train it on 60-second Byoyomi until it gets second nature. Okay. And I have been streaming more 1560 games on on Shogi Club 24. Which incidentally I think people don't like as much. So that's another little not complaint. That's a little excuse I'm going to throw out there. Is I'm noticing that people don't like, or I not that this, again, not that I'm playing for viewer count, not that I'm doing any of this. I'm not monetized, and I'm trying to learn and enjoy the game and get people excited. But I do notice that there seems to be a tier list of what people want to watch. I think people want to watch. People want to watch. In my I'm closing in on a year. Like talk. I think number one seems to be that people love the interesting discussions, like the drama discussion or some other sorts of discussion, like discussion about the shogi community, stuff like that. That seems to get up there. Playing on Shogi Wars, actually, the tier list. Me playing on Shogi Wars and winning a lot. That is the highest. That's what people stick around for the most. What people stick around for the second most, I think, is interesting shogi discussion. What people stick around for third is shogi, sort of middling Shogi Wars, where maybe I'm 50-50 Shogi Wars. And then I would say Shogi Club 24, and then bad Shogi Wars. Although today is obviously a counterpoint to that because we've had 15 to 17 today, and I started out 0-5. So maybe there's a counterpoint there. And then below that is like everything else. Like if I want people to go away, I should play games on Shogi Club. I should play games on Lee Shogi. Like that's what I've learned in the past year. If I want people to go away, I'll play on Shogi. I'll play on Lee Shogi. 81 Dojo seems to get a little below. 81 Dojo seems to get a little below doing badly on Shogi Wars in my unscientific stuff. But this tier list seems to be solidifying for this channel. Can we give 81 Dojo some credit? So that I gave him credit. They do almost as well as my worst Shogi Wars. But yesterday we dropped, as soon as I started playing on Lee Shogi, we dropped from 17 down to 3 in maybe 20 minutes. Tier list. So tier list on your channel: how to play, pro game analysis, opening, and then you playing. Wow. That's, well, I am not surprised. I'm surprised about number 2, but the rest doesn't surprise me. Because I think, how to play is like, I don't want to say the clickbait, but it's sort of like, it's sort of like the clickbait of the chess and shogi world and fighting game world. The how to play videos get all the click because they're more beginners than anything. I see a big message from Kanto Dragon. Good to see you, Kanto Dragon. You say, if you may, of course you may, drop why you started watching, and forgive for being frank. Pun intended. It's precisely because I'm not super good. Okay, you're interested in the journey and to learn something along. Winning a lot is not interesting to you from a viewer perspective. Fascinating. So I was wondering about that. I was wondering if, like, as I get better, assuming someday I get better, I was wondering if I'd start dropping people. Again, not that this is really, this is just sort of idle thinking, idle thoughts. Because in the end, yes, I want to help in any way I can to get more people to enjoy shogi and to, you get excited about shogi. But the numbers don't matter. This is shogi in the West is not something. I'm going to say, I don't think it's something that's ever going to make anyone any money. That's so the monetary considerations, I think are so low. So, in the end, it doesn't matter how many viewers. And I'm sort of, I'm fortunate enough that, being older, at some point, I kind of, as you get older, you kind of care less and less about what the world thinks of you or feels about you. So it's like, it wouldn't be an ego thing to get more, to get less, stuff like that. So I use the viewer count as an indication that people are enthusiastic about shogi. Almost, it's like sort of not about me, but it's more about shogi. And so I'm hoping that when I see like that day, the day that I had like 22 or whatever, the highest shogi day that I had, which again is less than than my one go day, but the highest in terms of concurrent viewers for shogi. I was thinking, all right, maybe more people are getting into shogi, and more people are seeing how exciting it is. And maybe it's not because of me, but maybe this is a sign that the Western shogi world is getting more excited, and that felt good. Versus the days when the numbers are way down. It's like, oh, maybe no one cares. Anyway, so I'm rambling, but I appreciate that comment. I appreciate that comment a lot, and I am only sharing my unscientific, my unresearched, they're not researched. I make mental notes as I'm doing my YouTube streams, and as I'm reviewing this, as I'm doing my YouTube upload, and as I review the stream later on, I'm making mental notes of, today's stream got 17. We had a peak of 17. I noticed a peak of 17 viewers, and so it'll be like, okay, what happened during this stream? Oh, we talked about chess cheating. Okay, so maybe this one wasn't about it wasn't about shogi enough, as much. It was just that we had an interesting discussion, and people were here for the discussion. But then I'll see that other one that where I had like 22 viewers, like, oh, what happened in this game? Oh, well, I won. I was like 10-2 in my Shogi Wars games. The Shogi Wars 10-minute games, and people really came out for that. There was another one that was on Lee Shogi that did well, where I was drawing the arrows, using Koshiro's advice of making arrows for the bishop and the rook. And so we were sort of playing together against the bot, and that one did well. But anyway, it's all interesting stuff. And I don't want to bore people. So it's like, not that I don't want to bore people, but like, I don't want to, these streams where I go back and I review them, and it's hard for me to review. Like the one from Friday, the Fast Shogi Friday that I mentioned already. It was the 10-second shogi, and I think I went 4-12 on that day. 4 wins, 12 losses, and in 3 of the games, including one against a 2-dan, one against a 1-dan, and one against a 1Q, I missed mate in 1 and lost the game. And I'm watching these reviews. One of those games, we didn't post game analysis because I just went into the next. So we didn't even discuss the fact that I actually had mate in 1 on that game. So I'm watching that like, oh my, this is painful to watch. So how are people, are people going to be turned away if they just see this terrible player out here? And so I don't know, it's I'm blabbing. I'm just blabbing. I'm sorry for not having sort of well thought out ideas. And chess player, you say, for you, it's the discussions. You don't watch the games really because you can't really follow them at a quick pace because you don't know the pieces, presumably. But you can analyze the games because it gives you time to recognize. Oh, because it gives you time to recognize pieces. Yeah. So you've got to learn the pieces. That's your homework. That's your homework. You've got to learn these pieces. You're good enough. You are good enough that you need to learn the pieces. This is as a channel, we need to throw the gauntlet down and say, chess player, LOL, you have to learn the pieces. You have to learn the pieces. Koshiro, you love the shogi discussions. Oh, so back to Koshiro's tier list. I am surprised the pro game analysis has that high, because I would think, especially coming from a sort of chess content consumer world where I consume a lot of chess content, the top amateurs or the pros essentially, the category Koshiro fits in as a content creator is a position of authority. So I would expect people to love his, how to play. Like, there are how to play shogi videos from people who are not strong players who get a ton of clicks. So like I said, how to play and sort of the basics for the beginners is like the clickbait of the gaming world, because there will always be new players coming to a game. They will always want to see, how do I learn? And then they will, for the most part, drop off and you'll never hear from them again. So, you'll always get the most views for that stuff. But opening, I would expect that opening would be number 2 on your list. Because it's learning, but it's also, it's not learning for noobs, but noobs will watch opening if chess content creators, experience is anything to go by, noobs will watch how to play, noobs will watch openings, because it's easily content to be like, oh, not easy content. It's easy for a viewer to be like, oh, I want to learn an opening. I played chess, I played openings. What do I do in shogi? So I would expect that would be sort of higher. I would expect you playing to be number 3, if only because you don't talk as much. So I think if you talked as much as like a Hero Man, I would think that would be your most popular, at least if we take this as a subset of Portuguese viewers. I would expect that people would love watching that, because your games are fascinating. And as far as I'm concerned, they're approachable. It's, I don't know what the deal is with me and sugar and stuff like that, but like I think those are approachable learning. And then pro game analysis, it must just be that I have this anti-pro game analysis bias, where it just, the shogi pro game, outside of Satomi and Nishiyama, the pro shogi game is just so I don't want to say unappealing to me. It's just so far removed from my life as a shogi as a meat and potatoes day-to-day shogi player. The pro game is so far removed from it. So that's interesting to me. Learning Japanese, you'll learn Portuguese after you master shogi. That, yeah, well, you don't necessarily have to learn Portuguese, because the videos that are translated, the auto translate works really well on YouTube for Koshiro's videos. Fortune says find mate after move 106. Is that in this game, or is that, or is this a video? Did I actually have 106? Oh, I did. So let's look. 106. Before doing anything, what I tried to find, what I wanted to do was this. What I wanted to take. But the problem that I stopped here because if he goes away, the silver is defending where I want my bishop to be. But now that I have the virtue, now that I have viewed this, this is mate. Okay. Yeah. And then, whatever he drops. Right? Oh, is that it? See, these are the things that kill me. These are the things. Oh, if king won 3, that's the same thing in reverse, right? So the same thing in reverse. King 1-3. Drop. He can't go back because then the gold is mate. Right? Is chat behind a minute or so? I don't know how the Twitch chat works. In my experience as a Twitch viewer, I seem to get further behind in chat when I'm on mobile. Though, if I restart the stream, it'll often catch up. So if pawn 8-4, let's see. Knight. right, so maybe I don't do this first. All right, so hold on. So maybe it's, well, this is more reverse because this was the end. If he comes up, it's gold. So if he blocks, so here comes up, take. All right. Oh, he can't block. He can't block. He can't block. He can't block. Okay, so it's not even that complicated. Oop. Oop. You know, he can't run because the gold drop. So that, I mean, that's, yeah, I guess that's the easiest of them. Well, King A4 is just gold. Like that's the, you know, that's the mate challenge. This is the way it always works out in mate challenge on the Shogi Quest app. $126. Okay, so this explains a little bit why. This maybe explains a little bit why I stopped at about move 3 or 4 of going down the rabbit hole, because I had no time. Or low time. But really, that's more than enough time. The game is going to be ending soon. But see, that's the thing. It's not necessarily the case, because I also had the idea that maybe I'm going to just have to run up the board. Yeah, this is. I mean, it's a pattern to memorize. I mean, if someone can figure out how to memorize patterns, but yeah, it's certainly a common pattern. It requires having, you know, it requires having 2 golds. You know, it requires having quite a bit in hand. You know, and I think this is going to be a slightly. I don't think we'll have this. Not. I don't even need to draw that arrow. You know, this is sort of a unique-ish. Like I think this bishop makes this a relatively non-unique position, or this makes it a relatively unique position. At least for me, I'll rarely have a bishop on this diagonal. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that one, like I said, that's the mate challenge one. So that one's, you know, burned into the brain. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. 66.8%. By virtue of one win, they've given us back 5%. Shogi Wars. They want to keep me as a paying customer. So I'm going to do this. Be right back, and I'll be right back. I'm also going to go grab a hoodie because I'm cold. So I'll be right back again. All right, now back. Whew. Um, what is Mate Challenge? Yeah, it's a feature on Shogi Quest. Shogi Quest has basically Mate Challenge, which is a set of it's a set of tsume, full board tsume. So none of the artificial stuff that you get in shogi books, but full board, real positions that you have to solve in 30 seconds. You get one problem, you solve it in 30 seconds, and you have a rating so that as your rating improves, the problems get harder, and so you go up and down in terms of your rating. That is great. It also has a feature which is familiar to any chess players, basically Puzzle Rush. It's called Mate Run, where you get, I think it's like 90 seconds. I never remember if it's 90 or 80 or whatever, but you get every day. They let you do 2 of these, where you have 90 seconds to solve as many tsume as you can, in 90 seconds, and the problems get progressively harder in that 90 seconds. So I do the Mate Run every day. I do my 2 Mate Runs every day, and Mate Challenge I haven't been doing as much. Because I have been doing more books, the artificial. I wish there were books without artificial tsume. I want a mix of artificial tsume and full board, what I think is called Jisen tsume shogi. But I can't find those books. I know they exist, but I can't find them. With my limited Japanese. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. There was another Kanto Dragon message that I realized that I walked away that I hadn't quite read. Okay, you say at least you being me, at least you know how to play in general. Once on an event for weebs when we were showing shogi, 2 friends wanted to play each other and you were just supervising. Yeah, they refused to win. So that was painful to watch, but it's just moments. It's fine. Sometimes it's the face palm, sometimes it's laugh. Yeah. So far, the only painful thing in your stream is watching when you complain about being flagged. Yeah. I know. I hope you noticed. I hope you notice that that has mostly. It's still there. It's still there because I still feel these things. And I still feel like I haven't completely made myself understood when I do complain, but I think I've mostly turned that down, and it's primarily because of you. So I'm trying to or not because of you, but like you I knew that it sort of that you didn't enjoy it, so I thought, well, if you don't enjoy it, maybe others don't enjoy it as well, and so I'll hold it back because a lot of times, I mean, this is in. In IRL, this is face to face. This applies to, but sometimes when words come out of your mouth and you say them, even if you're sort of trying to emote a certain, not sarcasm, but you're a certain levity or a certain lightness in the things you say. It's very difficult to get in the brain of the person that is saying something. So, I may say something and, it's in my brain because, it's like, because I feel that I have a semi smirky smile as I'm saying it. I feel that the fact that I'm 65% serious, but 35% joking, I feel like people will understand that. But of course, no one is going to be in my brain, so they don't understand this. So different people will take the things you say differently. And like I said, this is everyday life. This is a thing. Not just streaming or shogi. So it's just always not. It's not like, oh, I've got to be on my best behavior, but it's like, just be aware that the things you say, people don't necessarily have 100% of the context of what's in your head as you're saying it. So if you can't give the context, maybe sometimes it is better just to not say it. So anyway, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So let's get in here. Let's see if I can change my scene. Got the music. Take a sip of water. See if I can win 2 games in one day. So, my goal has been to win 1,000 games on Shogi Wars in 2024, and my wins have slowed down so much. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Oh, this is Ozawa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This can't be Ozawa 24. Ozawa 24 on Shogi Club 24 is the player who has 160,000 games played. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now it's serious business. We got opposing rook player. This is serious business. But they're like, I don't know what to do now. Tuck the king. Get the gold up. I don't know. So I don't know when to push my pawn. I don't know when to push my second file pawn. That's the thing here with the opposing rook. I think I've messed up. I think maybe I should have pushed it. Come back. Okay, so I could just give up my pawn by doing this, or I can let's push our pawn. Let's push our pawn. Okay. Against this, I don't quite have a great sense of how I get this pawn up the board. I think it's a tougher spot. Okay. So he pushes, I take, he takes, I take. He drops a pawn. I drop I don't know. So what if I bring up my knight here? What if I bring up my knight here? Or do I just bring up my pawn? Let's bring up our pawn. Let's do that. Let's do that. If he pushes this pawn, I'm gonna bring my knight up. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. No, not oh God. No God. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I could take the pawn. He brings up the silver. I come back. You can't push the pawn. Let's take it. Let's take it. Let's take it. Do. Push, take, push, take. Take, take. Knight. Now, knight, take, take. Back, I still can't take. All right, come back here. Pawn, take, take. All right, let's, okay. Give some breathing room to my knight, my bishop. So if he drops back here, if he drops back on 7-3, we'll know that they're afraid. That's how we'll know that we have the mental edge. So now I'm gonna, if he does, I'm making this edge attack. He's got nothing defending here. So I've got a nice spot. Pawn push is interesting. Yeah, so we know he's afraid. We know that he's afraid now.
$7分
Let's see. What if I attack here first? No. Let's drop this. Let's drop this. Drop this. Nanahun. Want to make this edge attack. I've got 2 knights. That's what I wanted to do, so thank you. Okay. Let's knight. Okay. It's interesting. But if I drop my pawn, all right, let's see. I can't read that fast. Where's he gonna drop it? Drop it back? If he drops the bishop, okay. Then he drops... Yeah. Let's see. Ooh! I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. He's got, I mean, he has to go up. So, knight takes. Knight. Knight. Take the knight with the rook. Knight takes.
5分
Knight drops. No, I can't drop because the knight will be there. Knight drop. Take the knight there. Pawn drop. Goes back or to the side. Knight drop. He has to take. Okay. There's something here. Pawn. Then he can run. No. Pawn here. Take. He takes with his silver. That's no good. Take the lance. Let's get the lance. Oh, I should have maybe knight. Knight. No, that's okay. Maybe I should have threatened his knight. Okay. Take. Pawn. What can I do? What can how can I this is a wasted piece over here. So what can I do to add some pressure? There's something here. There's something here. What about a silver? A pawn here? No. So if I do drop the pawn, he goes over.
2分30秒
Can I drop another? Then I drop that. Then I do this. He takes there. No. I'm looking to take, or if he drops, I drop the lance. 209. 209 to 419. So I'm not going to, it's interesting. Lance.
2分
So I'm going to get a potential. If he takes pawn drop, takes, he takes knight,
$1分30秒
okay. There's something here. Okay. Oof. What if I take with this? Take the knight. He takes. I take. No.
1分
Okay. Minute. Minute to win it. I think there's a game. Okay. Let's see. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come over here. Ooh.
$30秒
30 seconds. Got plenty of ways to check. Oh, gosh. Okay. Shoot. That's not good. Bishop is what I should have done. Ah! Come on! I choked. I choked. Oh, yeah, going for the dirty flag. He's got it anyway. He does have it. He's got it. Good game. Good game. Good game. Ah! There's no way I didn't have mate there. There's no way I didn't have mate. It's just I can't find it in 10 seconds. Gosh. Oh, great game.
Streak is one loss.
I'm too slow. I'm too slow. I spent so much time on that one move and then made a terrible move. I spent so much time and all I had to do. He definitely flustered me once he did the dirty flag stuff. He definitely flustered me. But so what are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Bishop. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to try to think quickly because otherwise it's not a very fair comparison. Yeah. Oh yeah, he did checkmate. Yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. But I mean, that's because I didn't defend. Because I didn't defend. So let's see. If I drop the lance, maybe it's not there, or maybe it is. He drops the lance if he comes forward. Oh no, that's good. That's good because then I get the gold. That's not what I want. I think I could mash my way into this in 25 seconds. Though, if he blocks, it's the only way he can block. I guess he could block with this. He could block with the silver. What? Oh, you don't think I did? Oh, you don't think that was mate? Is it not? What do you mean I changed again? That was the line. That was the line. That's where I ended. Wait, what? Wait, what do you say? So the first line that I did was the king run. Wait. This is and then I stopped after I made the one gap. He has to take. So this is where I stopped. And I just assumed it was mate. I assumed that if with 26 seconds, maybe I could mash my way into a mate. So king 3-6. Yeah. Vice versa, never stop before mate. Well, I guess I'm more. Well, there's is there mate on the board, and is there mate on the board, and is there mate that I can find in 26 seconds? So I guess what I am saying by saying maybe there's mate here, like I'm not saying there is, but I'm saying maybe there is. And so this would have been a better way for me to try to. All I'm saying is that would have been a better way for me to try to win the game, considering that I had no time. It's not that I 100% believe that there's mate here. But like, so that's it. That's it. So I could do this. Let's see. Let's see. Let's not let's think it through here. Okay, knight. I'll say he has to go here because well he does have to go there because there's this. Has to take, has to take, I think. So there is the mate. So I think maybe I could have mashed into this. I don't know. I'm assuming that this is mate. Maybe there's a defensive resource that I don't see. It's just one of those where it feels like if I get that one gap, I could at least give myself a chance. So let's do that again. So yeah, there's. I don't think there are. So that's a nice thing about this is that I don't think there are many lines. There are actually no lines. There's no variations because every move is forced. So that's a nice thing about this, I guess. Oops. All right. Well, I'm going to take some happiness out of that game. By the way, Ornoth, I see your voice, and all these days are a blur to me. So if this is the first thing you've said, greetings. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. But if you've been on for the past 3.5 hours and my brain is just associating the blur of all these days of streaming together, apologies. No need to apologize. You saying that it's one of those things that I was saying earlier. Like when I say something, I'm saying it sort of with this context in my head, but it's not necessarily the context that came out my mouth. So people don't actually know that if I say, like in that case, I say, and I think I could get mate here. It's not because I'm sure it's mate. It's because my idea in starting to look at that was like, was it realistic for me to think that I could have won that game in 26 seconds? Like that was actually like why I started looking at it. Because missing mate is one thing, or giving mate is another. But like I was more thinking in that context of sort of my practical chances at winning that game. But regardless, I think that game is another win for Danako. That's another win for that opening. That opening is giving me some great spots. Until time trouble became a thing, I think it was really nice. Like he didn't even touch that castle. Like yeah, I got mated, but like if that was if there was no time control, I would have brought the gold back to tempo the gold, and then he would have brought the rook, and the rook would have come down to convert or to promote, and I would have dropped a lance underneath the gold, and stuff like that. But that just requires a ton of moves, and I can only make one move every 1 to 2 seconds. So anyway, I'm going to take another quick break. Sorry, I drank all that water. I'm going to just take another real quick break and then come back. I want to keep playing. These are fun. All right, back at 10 for you. Time to catch some Z's. All right, have a good night, Goshijin. Great to see you as always. Hope to see you again soon. Let's jump into another. I don't think I tracked that, or did I? Let me check my my Shogi extend. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, 1 and 6. I guess I did track it. All right. So it's only 1 and 6. It's not 1 and 7. Okay. Let's get comfortable. 15% loss today so far. Change the scene. That's not the scene. That is not OBS. That's a browser. My hand is so cold. Showdown. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Okay. Urishino Ryu. Okay. Alright. I guess it's a little too late to go into. So I'm you know, quote, stuck in Torizashi. Okay. Let's come up. Interesting that the rook came all the way back and didn't come here, but I guess that's to avoid getting pawn dropped on the head. I'm staring. I'm guessing my opponent is as well. I'm feeling like this is some sort of unique position, and I don't know how that could be, because this is so early in a game. You know, very early in a seemingly pretty stock game of Torizashi versus third file rook. But the fact that he didn't bring his rook here is the weird part, somehow. Or maybe that, I don't know. I'm just going to think about the position. Is he going to take the silver? Yeah. He's gonna do it. Yeah. I think I have to take with the bishop. Let's see. Do this. Do this. Really want this knight. Wow. Okay. Or can I sacrifice this off in a way that lets me get this? I think I get 3 pieces here for the 1. Okay. Okay. What if I threaten this? Let's not go right off. Let's not go nuts right here. I have plenty of time. Bishop drop. Yeah. Threaten that. Threaten that. So I think if I drop the knight, he takes it. I take. That's just a silver. No. I take. Wait, is it dead? No, 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 it's not dead. So I won't have a gold. So if I drop, he takes, I take, he takes. I won't have a gold. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. That's not aiming at the right spot. That's not aiming at the right spot. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. $613, $535. I've got more time. I've got more time. I think I'm in a better position. Ooh, nice. Let's get this up. Ooh. Lance, Lance drop incoming. Okay. That seems good. Okay. Okay, okay. I want a bishop. Right? No, because then I can't. Bishop takes. I can't threaten anything to give that knight. Or 7, so I've lost my time advantage. So I drop a lance here. If I drop a lance here, what's the threat? There's not one, because I can't get my rook in. So if I drop the lance here... Maybe I should drop the pawn. No, drop the lance. Ah. What about this? Just keep threatening. Let's just keep threatening. Let's keep threatening. Bishop. Bishop drop. Then I drop the gold. Drop the silver. I've got a bishop now. I don't have a knight. $311 to $232, so I'm ahead on the clock. Okay, you can do this and then drop a lance. So I don't want to. I don't want to come back here. Well, if he drops a lance, I take. Interesting. Very interesting. So I got two bishops. Okay. Yeah, that yeah, so dumb. So dumb. Should have seen that. Let's see. Okay. Let's what can I do? I've got to move. I've got to move.
$2分
Dang it, dang it, dang it. Hmm. $132.
1分30秒。
I love that I blocked my escape route. I've got a lot of pieces now. Got a lot of pieces now. But I still, this pawn is blocking my let's
1分。
All right. ありがとうございました。All right. All right. Hey, Skykeeper, great to see you. Hello again, I'm all. Exhilarating game. Exhilarating game. I'm trying to think back. In my mind, so the narrative that's running in my head is that I played very well. For me, for me, everything, as always, I say, for me, I played very well. And I think I got a position that I would feel comfortable. I think I got into a position that I think. So this is just my narrative, just to talk it through of what my brain was thinking during the game. Is that I got to a position that I really liked. I thought I played well. And the position would have been good in a game with Byoyomi. So when in Shogi Wars, the 10-minute, this is maybe my most dreaded. I'm giving away the secrets to, not that anyone needs secrets, the secrets to beat me in 10-minute Shogi Wars. I get into a good spot that I perceive to be good. I perceive that I like my spot. Hey, Koshiro, I see the stream. Thank you, Koshiro. Thanks for stopping by. Be prepared to get drilled. I will. And so I'm guessing I won't see you for the rest of the week. If that is the case, good luck. All my heart is out there cheering for you. Have good luck food, have good games, have a great time, regardless of the result. Obviously, have a great time. We are all proud of you. At least I'll speak for myself. I am very proud to say that I know Koshiro, and he's battling it out in this tournament. So please, have a good luck, have a great time, and I I cannot wait to see these kifus, or I can't wait to hear reviews of this thing later. Good luck. Have a great flight. Get rest, and just good luck. So thanks. So anyway. My thinking here was that I played well and I got to a good spot for Byoyomi, and then my opponent did what the toughest players on Shogi Wars do to me when I'm down on time. They just kept adding pieces to their castle. So like in Byoyomi, I think I can figure out an efficient-ish way to break that down. With 3 minutes on the clock, I cannot do that. So I did not know what to do. I'm stuck. These are the hardest games for me to win on. Excuse me. These are the hardest of the games where I feel like I have an advantage. These are the hardest ones for me to win. When it's clear, like the opponent has bunkered down. They threw another silver back there. They've bunkered down, and they've got a time. They're equal or ahead on time. And so I started going into the same. My mindset was that I'm going to start going into this same thing where I've got this dragon, this great defensive dragon. I've got a castle. I've got a ton of pieces. I am going to try to defend as well, and I'm going to try to win on time. The attack on the edge. Killer Ducky. You're killing me. You're killing me. Because that is exactly what I should have been thinking about. Exactly. This position, this is nothing new to me. This position where I feel like I've got my attack, and then the opponent just throws all their pieces in defense. And this is something that Koshiro has said all the time to me. Like, all right, we've won this side of the board. I've won. Let's just. Maybe I'm putting this out of context, but let's go into analysis here and bring up a position. So after the opponent brings up reverse. So after the opponent added that extra silver, is this it? Here. All right, now we're so maybe even here. I don't know. The opponent kept attacking, which made it difficult to sort of get my breath. Maybe it was earlier. So right here. Here. Let's say here. Here is a moment where I feel like just throwing this position out. Koshiro would say something like, "Okay, we've won the right side of the board. Now let's take the edge. I've got a lance, I've got a pawn. I think in these cases, if this silver wouldn't have been here, my plan is bishop, knight. That's my plan. To get the king up here, so I take the gold. But now that there's so many pieces up here, I feel like I have to be maybe. Let's take this one into Lee Shogi. Let's take this game into Lee Shogi. I didn't track the win, or did I? Yes, I did. Let's take this game into Lee Shogi. watch the viewer count just drop.
件新しくかかりました。
Oops. And let me change my scene. My hands are still shaking from the cold, maybe from the nerves. Mom's spaghetti. Flip this. Actually, bring this into. Let's create a new study, I guess. Okay. And what move is that? That is there. Okay. Very slow move by the opponent. What is the clock here? Shogi is not showing it, so it didn't come over in the kifu, I'm guessing. So let me just take an eye on it. 3:45. So they're feeling the time pressure as well. I am up on the clock, if that is to even be believed. So we think about moves here. Like I said, I'm thinking about this and this if the silver isn't here. Also, I'm thinking that my pawn drop might not have been good. But anyway, before I flip the engine on, I think in this position, I am attacking the edge. I've got a knight, I've got a lance, and this side of the board is pretty stuffed up. So I think I'm doing that. Any takers? Any takers? Like, any other thoughts that we have here? I considered this, which I think is useless. I think this would be worse than useless. I think I'd be wasting my night. I'm always maybe to a fault, cognizant of trying not to waste my nights harassing pieces that can easily run away. Is 9-1 is a rook. 9-1's a rook. 7-1 is a dragon. Oh no. 9-9 is a rook. 7-9 is a dragon. So I still haven't flipped the engine on here. You thought the lance drop was fine. The idea was to pull the gold away. And somehow the opponent really turned it on me. They really turned it on me. Oh, maybe it still works. Maybe it still works. Maybe that doesn't stop me from still taking. My plan still works. Because, so in my mind, this was defended now, but that isn't how the captures would work. The captures would work this way. So I think, so that was my idea. This threw me off. The response to it completely, like if the opponent would have moved here, or my expectation, the opponent was going to come back here and promote. This is what I thought would happen. I was going to take, but they came back, defended 4-9, and it threw me off. So back here, I'm going to flip it. So I think my candidate moves are the one I made and the edge attack. Pawn 6-5. It's an even game. It's an even game, and pawn 6-5. Well, you can't pawn drop on 6-5. You can push the pawn. I'm not seeing the idea there. Yeah, so here the top moves are pawn 6-5, lance 5-3, so my move, lance 5-4, pawn 1-5. So sorry, this color's not good. This color's not good. How do I get blue? How do I get blue on this? There we go. There we go. So best move, according to this engine, the best move is this. Then we get our moves, and then the pawn push. So we're thinking along the same lines. The chess player, I don't know if your idea. So my idea. My idea that I had in the game that I sort of discarded once they did this move. The idea that I had was lance 5-3. Well, not this. So there was also this idea, but I didn't want this. So I don't know if this is where you're going with this attack, but I did not want this. Yeah, I guess in the end it's good because I get the 2, and then he draw. Yeah, that is good. That is good because then I promote. But this does look better than that other thing. Maybe that is the line. What do you mean, Imal, that the edge attack shows only on move 73? Pawn 1-5. This is move 73 is their move. And I agree with you, Skykeeper, that with a knight in hand, I can do a great edge attack. So that was when once Killer Ducky said that hurt because I think this is prime edge attacking time. All that said, this is an even game. Negative 4.3. So it's in my favor, but at my level that doesn't matter. At my level, with both players having 3 minutes on the clock, this evaluation is meaningless. So this is it's anyone's game here, and I would have expected personally, and this again shows some of my out of character optimism that I am so optimistic about my positions. The Killer Ducky. These are facts. These are facts. The engine is okay with the edge attack pretty much any time. That's true. That's true. That's true. In this case, if we used a stronger engine and ran at a slightly higher depth, it's possible. It's possible that edge attack would. These are all basically equal. And this. What? What's the meaning of this move? What's the meaning of this move? How is this not just a waste of a lance? I don't have a bishop in hand, and I have no real means to get a bishop in hand. All right, look at this engine line. Look at this engine line. Lance 3-4, pawn drop 7-4, knight 8-5. Just calmly making moves. Just calmly making moves. I guess that's somewhat to be expected. Calmly making. I mean, that is a strong move. That is a strong move. But this is never going to happen in one of my games. I don't think. All right. But still, what is the meaning of that move? What is the meaning of this move? Let's say the opponent passes. Let's say the opponent passes, buries one of their pieces. Knight 8-5. Pawn drop 5-5. Pawn 1-5. What's interesting? One thing that's interesting. I said that the opponent passes. This move was treated literally like a pass. Not like a pass. It was almost like give me the opponent's turn with the same eval. This move didn't lose eval, it didn't gain eval. That's kind of amazing to me. I would have expected it would have lost some. It lost a tiny, a tiny percentage. Oh, Killer Ducky, that's a good point. You mean taking the lance with my rook? Oh yeah, that was the original reason behind having that. That was the original reason behind me putting that rook there. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so now we are in slow game. You're right. Now we are in a slow game. It doesn't matter that we only have 3 minutes each on our clock. Now we're in a slow game. So these moves do make sense. I still don't understand this one. I don't know what this is even threatening. I don't understand what benefit this is even giving. Unless it's blocking somehow, unless it's blocking a future bishop take. I don't even know what this is doing. I don't want to just get sometimes that is the problem when I do some engine stuff, is that I get so intrigued and wrapped up in odd moves I perceive to be odd suggestions, and I'm trying. So my goal is not to memorize the move. It's to try to understand where the power in that move lies. And I'm not even grasping for straws outside of the fact that it blocks an eventual bishop take of 2-3. I am not seeing anything. This is so well battened down. The hatches are so battened. Battened, is that the verb? The hatches are so battened down. Yeah, and Ornald, like, you wouldn't block the bishop battery until the opponent commits a second bishop drop. Yeah, that's my thinking too. Especially since their second bishop drop can't really come with tempo. Like, it's not going to hit either of my rooks. It's not going to hit any of my pieces. Unless I move this knight. Unless I move this knight out. Could that possibly be it? Because if I move this knight out first, then they get the bishop drop. Could that? So we sort of prophylactically drop this lance so that we can bring up this knight, and that is the next move. Oh man, engine, you're good. Engine, you're good. You're good at if that's it, you're good at shogi. Okay, so in a slow game, we need to bring these minor pieces up here to trade off with their bigger pieces. We need to start making attacks. We need to start making tokens. But we can't just do this now. Or, we can't just bring that knight up now because it's dead. So we have to prepare that move with a lance drop. If an edge attack happens, very possible the 3-7 square becomes weak. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, this knight may have to move. Might have to move over here, which weakens this square, and then we could start making more effort to pound away at it. So potentially it's a multi-purposed, nice little move. There's so many things to think about on a single move in shogi. Like, I almost wonder if thinking about these things in some way detracts or lowers my skill, because it just adds more things to be worried about. It's like a kid that doesn't know anything about the world, just being put in front of the news and being given all this bad news. They just think everything. They just think the world is falling down on their head at all moments of time. They hear on the news that everything is bad. They hear at school that everything is bad. So they think everything's bad, but it's not. Oh, I just banged my table again. You think it improves your awareness of how pieces coordinate with the rest of the board? It definitely does. It definitely does. But like, how do we choose to nurture this new awareness? Do we nurture this awareness in a way that just becomes fear, or do we nurture it in a way that becomes strength later on? I think a lot of times it's a mix for me, where I nurture these ideas into fear. This is the thing that makes Fuji different from past players. So of course in Europe, I mean, yeah, you say IMHO. I'm assuming, this is, yeah, definitely. Just like I say, anytime I say something, especially stuff that sounds stupid, be aware, I'm not stating any of this stuff as fact. I am stating this just as my own dumb opinions. Not that this opinion is dumb. This is the thing that makes Fuji different from past players. The help one can take from AI in ways only one's brain can think of. Yeah, it seems like that is that's a common thing in the chess world, a common discussion point that, the kids these days, they grow up with engines. So, while Levon Aronian, who's, in his 40s, can and does make use of engines, he's not necessarily getting as much out of it as someone who grew up with it, who grew up mastering it, or mastering the skills. But then the counter argument becomes that supposedly Gukesh, who is one of the better players in the world, he's the top 10 player ish, and he might be the next world champion. The argument is that supposedly he grew up old school. That's what the chess podcasts say, is that he's not really a child of the engine. Yes, his team uses engines, and he's using an engine because, of course, everyone has to use an engine. But he is not. He's more sort of old school in kind of learning from teachers and whatnot. So anyway, so Killardaki's bottom line: slow game, activate all pieces. Knight A, which includes Knight A5. Knight A5 doesn't work. Lance 3-4 makes it work. Well, you still wouldn't do it. But it's a good way to think about it, I think. It's a good way to think about it in a game where we have Byoyomi. Because like I said, clearly, there are ideas here where I don't have a pawn, so ideas can be made to make pawns, make a token, make token factories, and do all that kind of stuff. But, when we're both down on the clock, it's a different ball game. So chess player, you say generally you're more old school. You have to learn to think, not learn the patterns. Well, yeah, that's a whole different discussion. Because that that brings up sort of more philosophical, not philosophical necessarily, maybe scientific, but it brings up more questions of like, what does it mean to learn? What does it mean to be good? What does it mean to be strong? What we don't know. We don't know if what we're actually doing is pattern matching in our head. We don't know. We just don't know what we don't know. There was an old video, probably still available on YouTube. What was it called? Something about the genius, or something about geniuses, or something like that. Anyway, it was a story about, I'm going to say Susan Polgar, not Judith, but I think Susan was, she was the first of them. Apologies if I'm wrong. I think she was the first of the Polgar sisters. She was the oldest, and she became the Grandmaster the first, I believe. And this show did things like, it put a chessboard on a truck. She's at the table at a cafe or something like that, and they put a chessboard on a diagram on the side of a white truck. So they had a chess diagram on the side of a white truck. The position, the first position they put on this truck made sense. Something like this. It was a sensical position, a logical chess position. And they just drove past, and they're like, Judith or Susan, did you see that truck? Can you reproduce the position? And even though the truck just like blazed by, she reproduced the position. But then the next time they put like a nonsense position, not with any more pieces, not with more pieces, not with anything like that, just a nonsensical sort of chess position that you wouldn't see in a regular, in a normal game of chess. A pawn's up here, the other king is down, just all sorts of, stuff that you don't see. And they asked her to recreate it, and she couldn't. So it's like, clearly our brains, like, we're not doing an absolute hash map, pattern map, on positions. Like, it's not that our brain sees there's something here and here and here and here, and then it just like zooms in on this, like it looks in its dictionary. I don't think, it's probably not like that, but there is some aspect of how the brain works that it does operate on patterns, and what we think of as learning might be sort of extending these patterns. Who knows? There are a number of chess podcasts that not deal explicitly in, but interview neuroscientists and people that are trying to answer those types of questions. And obviously, just because someone has a title of a neuroscientist doesn't mean that they actually know what they're doing, or that they have great ideas, or that they're any further than anyone else. But it makes for interesting conversation. I don't know how much practical value it has, because at the end of the day, we're humans. Regardless of how our brains work, we've got to do our tsume, we've got to do our hishi, we've got to do our game analysis, we've got to play games, we've got to enjoy what we're doing. All these same things, regardless of what we know how our brains work, we still have to do those things. People have just sort of found out that how you get better is by doing these things. And maybe there are better ways to get better. I mean, maybe, and I think that's part of the argument that we started on, is that, modern day chess players are arguably better than they have ever been. And it's because they're using the engine in a way that is allowing them to speed up their growth or speed up their understanding. And, I think some of that is that simply top pros no longer have to spend days trying to come up with opening lines. They can ask the engine and basically have truth in a very short amount of time, a relatively short amount of time. But anyway, I don't want to get too far into other topics that I know very little about. But I think it's interesting. I love it. I love all this stuff, and I'm sorry that I talk about it so much, because I really do enjoy it, and I really do. I'm always, for whatever reason, when I'm not studying shogi these days, and I'm just sort of hanging out or doing something, often like lying in bed, or just kind of at night or in the morning where I don't want to quite get up yet. These are the sorts of ideas that I'll be wondering about, like, why am I growing so slowly? Why 2 weeks ago, why am I playing so well this week? Like, 2 weeks ago, before that vacation, I was on top of the Shogi world. I was like, winning 7 games in a row, and just growing those rating points. And it's like, why am I better today? You say it's wonderful to see it all. I love talking. I love talking, I guess. I love thinking about these things. It's all so fun. There was another position in here. There was another position in this game that, there were many that I thought were, okay, this one. Okay. So rook takes 8-8 was correct. It was correct, and it's verging on only move category. It's significant. Three eval bucks. So 300 eval bucks. Better than bishop 5-5. You, which what is this? Oh, 58th move. Let's look at that. 58th move. Oh, this one. Oh yeah. 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 So what is this? This is fascinating. Okay. So he did this, which felt awfully slow. The engine is saying here, I'm not looking at the actual move suggestions. The engine is saying here it is minus 19.4 at 19 depth. It's still true in a way. Okay, minus 19.4 at depth 20 using this engine. So this is a significantly, we can probably call this a winning position for Gote here, which is our side. I dropped silver drop 9-3. I dropped silver drop 9-3. Which I had seen earlier is not it. Is minus 9. So this is a 1,000-point blunder. I really thought I trapped it. It did trap it. It did trap it. But is there a better way to trap it? Oh, pawn. A pawn. A pawn. Wait, this also traps it. Yes. And ding, 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 ding. Engine says pawn drop 9-3. Pawn drop 9-3. Lance drop 2-4. Okay. Lance drop 2-6. What? I mean, clearly we want to get this piece in, but is it worth that much? Wow, I guess it is. I just gave up 3 pieces to get a gold and to get this potential 1 gap. And that's not what the engine wanted. It is. So it's not correct for the engine for the opponent to take this piece. Yeah, you're right, Ornoth. You're right. I'm more doing it that I guess it's the same idea. You know, the number 2 move is Lance drop 2-4. The number 3 move, 2 points worse, is Lance drop 2-6. Followed by Lance drop 2-5, another point below. Weird that 2-6 is better than 2-5. Maybe this is just maybe at higher depth this will change out. But I am amazed that is so valuable. Here we just win the rook. So pawn 7-3 promote. Pawn 7-3 promote is it. Well, we don't win it, I guess. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we still do. We still do. Interesting. It's not. Oh. Yeah. Bishop drop 8-5. Okay. Okay. So he clears it out a bit. His castle is pristine. And ours is sort of in a bit of shambles, but we've got a massive material advantage. So it's still completely winning for Gote here. It's just harder, which is crazier. Interesting times. Interesting times. And this is the number one move after. This is asking the opponent to resign. There's the bowing pawn in the Urashino Ryu old style. This is the bowing lance. Please resign. All right. Anyway. All right. Good times. It is 2:00 here. 4 hours and 40 minutes of streaming. I didn't even get 10 games. I guess we talked a lot. I did some blabbing. I did some blabbing, did some soul searching. I think that is going to be enough. I have to get this smog test. I have to do this smog test for my car before I can get the updated registration. So I have to do that, unfortunately. Let me switch the scene. I do want to see. One of those goals that I thought wouldn't even be a goal. I thought it would just happen. Is that I would get 1,000 wins in 2024 on Shogi Wars? Because I've been here. And I had basically when I had over 2 months to go. I was over here, so I thought for sure I'm going to do it. But now that I have a bit strong on and I'm losing so many games, this is feeling now like it might be a very difficult challenge. So I don't know. It's possible that in mid to late December, if these numbers have not gone up dramatically, maybe I'll have I'll have to have some 3-minute streams where I turn down the opponent from a bit strong to a bit weak, and then just try to win a bunch of games. Yeah. Oh man. All right. Sounds good. 3-minute duck week. Yeah, exactly. It'll be the week of duck. The week of duck. Well, see, that's the thing. If I play duck and I lower that rating, that skill, that selection of my opponents, I won't even need a week. Duck will take me through. Duck will get me all the wins in a day. How many? The most I've ever won in a day is 22. No, 25. 25, I think. No, 20. 22. So I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Your most amount of wins in chess in a day is probably near 70. Goodness gracious. Goodness. Chess players love their game. Not that I don't love shogi, but that's the thing, is that the chess software, the game itself is faster than a shogi game. Fewer moves, and the chess software is so much better. So you can blitz out a bunch of chess games faster. So the game itself is faster, and the software enables you to just keep playing and playing and playing. So yeah, chess players are nuts. Just like how many games did Naroditsky and Alireza play when Alireza was sort of tilting during the candidates a couple years back? Was it like over? It was hundreds, right? First, IML 26 is your streak. You lost yesterday to a disconnect. A winning streak? You have a 26 game winning streak? You could put me against a 10Q, like a Shogi Wars 10Q. And I don't think I'm going to win 26 games in a row. Only rated on 81 Dojo. Oh, so interesting. So you're one of those players that I fear. So when I was making my rank up run on 81 Dojo, that's the kind of player I avoided. So I avoided the people with that were like 2Q and had 10,000 plus games. And I avoided the people who had winning streaks above 20. Because I thought if someone has a winning streak above 20 and they're a Q, something's not right. Because like I can't win 26 games in a row, because I am going to blunder. I'm going to just give up a game. In person or online, I will choke a game away. Oh, you've played me? I'm thinking of the names of people who have crushed me in Lee Shogi. Count on 10 immediately comes to mind. Count on 10. Andiologist has a massive winning record against me. Andiologist is one of my. So I don't think you're Andiologist because Andiologist is always playing, like on Lee Shogi. It's just it's like the Andiologist is like the N Mike 85 of 81 Dojo. There's plays and plays. Oh, you're driver? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Did you change your Twitch name? Because I seem to remember that that you oh, I totally that totally flew from my mind. Yeah, that's one of the things that I am so bad. Like I work so hard on people's names. At our local clubs, I write everyone's name down. I've got a note on my phone that has everyone's name, so that like usually if I see a name, I'll be able to reassociate it with a face. But I'm so bad with the name. So there are a couple people who chat with me on Discord, like in direct messages, and I actually don't quite remember who they are. It's kind of embarrassing. So, I have the conversation, but it's like I don't remember if this is someone I met on like in the Discord, if I met them in the channel. You're bad with names too. It's tough. I mean, it's not uncommon to have trouble remembering names, but I think I take it to the next level. All right. So how many? What's my? Okay. So I have the most games I've played have been 10-minute. I'm just glancing at this. So I'm 6 wins away from 600 wins in 10-minute. That's good. That's good. Yep. I've got it open in a tab. And I'll be checking it. So, all right, enough procrastinating for me. I'm gonna go take my car, get the smog check, and begin this YouTube upload. Thank you everybody today. We've had some great discussion. I appreciate that. I appreciate the help. I appreciate sort of the moral support, the emotional support from when I'm just constantly losing over and over and over here sometimes. So thank you for that. And tomorrow I think might be just more of the same. We'll see. Might be Shogi Club 24, but I'm guessing it might be more 10-minute here on Shogi Wars. So thanks everybody. It's been great, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye.